All right. Didn't get a chance to work on the bot earlier today, but I got some time tonight. So I made a couple of changes. One of them that was driving me nuts was in here when we were defining the actions. There was a module name, and then this was called action, and I think this is just cleaner. We'll combine them together, and then when we register them, as an example here, we're already defining this, and then we'll stick them together. So there's an additional change that I kind of want to make. And that's I'm sort of starting to not like this. And the reason for that is I think that the module itself could also have some sort of hook, right? So we got like this get bridge logic here in this one. And then inside of our OBS, we also need to connect and disconnect. So there's sort of like this startup logic as well as configuration. And so what I'm starting to think here is that maybe inside of our configuration, we might want to have something like this. And then inside of this, we might have one for each module. So something like OBS, and this would be like the OBS specific configuration, like the host, and then the port. And then the idea here would be that once we load up this configuration, that we would call out to the module init function, right? And pass it its own configuration so that it has an opportunity to read this stuff in. Because right now, we've got some kind of hard-coded things here. So our main function, no, it's not in our main function. But we have some logic here that assumes that you need to connect to OBS. It assumes that you have hue lights, and I'm not really sure that I like that type coupling. I want this to be super versatile, so I don't want it yelling at you that it can't connect to your Philips Hue bridge if you don't have hue lights. So we need to do away with that. Hey, Crazy Tech. Australia, what time is it there? You're, what, I think you're 13 hours off of you? Doing pretty good. I'm in Florida, actually, so it's just evening time here. 11:37 a.m. It is already tomorrow there. My time zones throw me off every time. I used to travel internationally, and I always forgot how many hours off I was from everybody. So tonight we're working on a bot in Go. I'm kind of refactoring things a little bit because what I want to do here is I see a lot of implementations for bots for people, and many of them kind of require you to like fork it and write your own code, and I'm not really sure that I like that. So what I'm trying to do is create like this really pluggable system where you can write code if you want to introduce new functionality to the bot, but you can just iterate over functionality that exists. So as an example here, in my config file, I've defined an alert command. This you would call in the channel, like alert. And then this now will iterate over these actions, and that's what these modules provide. And so that kind of allows you to group together commands. And so as an example, here's one that we're just going to call voice, and then it has an action on the OBS module to enable a filter. What's the source? Is it enabled? And this is like an argument map to tell the first argument that comes in from chat that it really goes to the filter name argument to this function. And that allows you to do things like voice deep, and that would enable the deep voice plugin that I have. Oh, you've never worked on the Go programming language? It's a lot of fun. I'm going to keep working on this thing, so feel free to ask questions along the way. I'm happy to explain. Have you used any C-based languages before? I think if you have, things will look quite similar with a few exceptions. So one of the things that I want to do tonight, well, so there's a bunch of new functionality that I'd like to introduce to the bot in general. But I do want to refactor out some of this tight coupling. I'm new to programming in general at the moment. I'm working on Android Studio Java. Oh, awesome. I did Java earlier in my career. And you've studied C and C++. Okay, perfect. So, there'll be some oddities about the Go programming language, but not entirely confusing. So what was I doing here? Right, command. So I really want to introduce a way here for us to initialize a module. So what I'm thinking really is that I don't want a bot register action. I think I want a bot register module. And then in here, we would pass it a module. Something along these lines. So this is just a struct literal. That bot module does not exist right now, so let's create that. A module. It needs a name. 28 years old and decided to change your career. What was your career prior to this? And then here we're going to have room alert action, register action, action func. Okay, so then we want we're going to do this as a slice of action funcs. No, we want this to be a map of, because they're going to have a name. This is the module name. This is the name of the actions. An electronic technician. Oh, that's really cool. And so are you programming now, or are you trying to break into programming? All right, so now inside of here, our name is Hugh, and our actions are map string bot action func, right? We're going to build. Let's see. Unexpected new line, expected comma. Oh. All right, so we need to pass in room hue, room alert action, and room alert. And so what we're doing here This is sort of just redefining how these modules are going to register themselves. Trying to build a portfolio to break into programming, not studying any courses or anything, just building projects. I was told that's probably the best way to go. Everybody has their way. So some people like a very kind of bottom up approach, right? Which is if you think about like traditional formal education, like high school or college, where you kind of learn the foundations and then build on it, build on it, build on it. And then some people do better with the inverse of that, which would be like a top down approach, which is I want to build this thing. I have no idea how to build that thing. What do I need to know? And then you start researching and you're like, well, I don't really know what that means. And then you research that and then you keep kind of climbing down until it sort of makes sense. Me personally, that is the way I actually learn better. I prefer to teach myself. I actually dropped out of high school. I only completed ninth grade. I taught myself how to program. So, not saying that's the way to go, but kind of everybody has their own path. And if you struggle with learning things the typical way, then trying to do it on your own. If you can keep yourself motivated. Some people like school just because of the deadlines too. It gets easy to shelf things when there's no deadline. All right, so we have this register action. We're going to leave this alone for a second, but we're going to replace this, I think, with a register module. And this is going to take a module, return back an error. The other thing I think it needs is a init. To be honest, I don't get my advanced diploma in electronics, but in really work, I only used 1% of what I studied. Yeah, I mean, that can be difficult sometimes, right? As an example, you look at things like formal education, right? If you're doing kind of data structures and algorithms and things like that, some people will use that a ton, other people will use it zero. It really depends on what specifically you're doing as a programmer. Like I have friends who think you need to know a ton of math. And well, that depends. What are you working on as a programmer? I don't personally do a lot of things that require math, so I don't really use advanced calculus or trig or anything like that in anything I do. So this is going to be So what I'm trying to do here is I want to take whatever config is passed in here for this named module and hand it back. And so now the question is, do I hand that back as just a hash map and force them to do all of the processing? Or do I just hand them back the JSON of it? I'd need to know the types up front. It's going to have to be a hash map. I don't really like that, but in order to keep it super generic, that's, I think, what we're going to have to do. We'll change it up later if we can. But the idea here is really that I don't want to have to start up. I don't want things failing to connect if you don't use that method. All right, so the idea here would be we register the module. This is going to go through and we can just iterate over that. So we're going to range over this. So for each action in the module.actions, we're going to call our register action function with m dot main. Oh, because it's a map. We're iterating over the map. So this is, let's just do this. Name, and we'll just call this f because it's a function. So name, and that's the function. If error not equal to nil, then we're going to go ahead and return it and not do anything more. Why is name complaining? Expected Boolean. Wait a second. Got Rust to generate text in a video finally. Oh, Rockerboo. Nice, nice, nice. Welcome, Rockerboo. Late night for you too? So Go language is a powerful language similar to Python. Go is used by a lot of stuff. In fact, the Twitch chat you are talking in right now highly leverages Go. Twitch is a huge user of Go. It's used for all kinds of stuff. Google's download servers. YouTube uses it a ton. A bunch of databases are written in it. How many years have I been programming now? So I guess we would really have to clarify that. By how many years have I been programming? Do you mean when did I start learning to program? Or do you mean how long have I been a professional programmer? And well, I guess we can start there. So I started learning to program at about 14, I want to say. Right around there. That was tinkering around. At 16 is when I got my first paid project where somebody paid me to build something, and I was just ecstatic because they asked me to build something and they offered me $800 for it, and I was like, well, I could do that in a weekend. So $800 over the course of a weekend for a 16-year-old kid, yes. But of course, high school dropout and growing up the way I did and everything, I ended up working in factories and restaurants and stuff like that. Programming on the side until I was 20 or 21. So right around that time is when I got my first full-time job as a programmer, and I'm 37 now, so that's 16 years I've been a professional programmer. Oh, I'm missing the range here. I'm really interested in what you're doing too, Rockerboo. So, aka huge nerd. Who's a huge nerd? Me? Nah, anybody can do it. I mean, it just depends on anything that you spend a lot of time doing, you're going to get good at. And if you're excited about something, then it's easy, it's not work, right? If you enjoy writing code, then you can spend a lot of time doing it, and if you spend a lot of time doing it, you're going to get good at it. Okay, register module. So that should call all of this. And now we kind of have this fun little logic. After we've registered all of the actions, then what we're going to do is we're going to call that. Ooh, no, we don't want to do that. We want to do here. I guess we would do a fun init. I wanted to learn Rust because I can at least make project portable components that work on the web or desktop. Yeah, so I've been doing a little bit of Rust too for some projects at work. And I have somewhere over there on that desk, I have an embedded board I was doing some streams on as well, trying to do some more Rust on embedded. One of the main things that got me into it was the WebAssembly handling, because that's what we were doing. We're basically, anybody here familiar with Kubernetes? we were working on this project that's super cool that is called Crustlet. And Crustlet replaces or it serves as a kubelet on a node, and it's written in Rust, but it masquerades itself as a node in your Kubernetes cluster and allows you to schedule WASM WebAssembly binaries directly on the node, not using a container, using the Kubernetes control plane. I used to suck at math too, but I stepped up my skills with more hard work. I still suck at math. What is this? Anime.js? Is this... I missed it. Like making visual stuff, but I suck at the math. Okay. That was a continuation. I missed the first comment, but I was like, what is this? What is this animation? So Rocker Boo, you might actually like where we're going with this. I'm trying to refactor this a little bit, and just because I don't like the idea that the bot requires you to connect to a Hue bridge and OBS, like what if you don't want to use those functions? So I'm trying to do a little refactoring here where we can tell based on configs and things like that whether we need to initialize your specific command. So that's the thought. But we're going to move into JavaScript and CSS after this because we'll slowly add more available actions here. But the next thing that I want to do with this bot is that I want it to serve HTTP on a port. And I want us to be able to include that page into OBS as a browser source so that we can do all of this stuff that you include 50 browser sources into OBS for, say, like where is it? Directly above me, the chat, that's one browser window included. Any alerts that pop up on the screen for follows, that's another one. How long have I been working on my bot? I don't know, Rocker Boo, when did I start this? Earlier this week? It was earlier this week or like the Friday or something like that. But the bot so far controls OBS. So with the bot, you can shut down my stream. You can add effects to my voice here. If we're currently broken, but you can add effects to my voice. You can flicker the lights in my office. So yeah, not too bad. I think, oh, that's right. So last week we were experimenting with some of these libraries for interacting with OBS and stuff. This week we really started turning it into a project that somebody else might want to use. So if we go ahead and get this fixed, then what we can do is I can show you what it looks like. So we're going to replace this register action here with this register module. Let's go ahead and do this in our OBS module too. So in here, our module is called OBS, and then we have source filter enabled. We need to do some unit testing as well. We'll get to that. So then we have scene change. I forgot about that. We can change our scene. That's our change scene action. And then we have our stop stream, which I need to make sure is disabled before I do this. That's awfully fun at the end of the stream, not very much fun at the beginning of the stream. Okay, what are you complaining about? Missing key and literal map. Oh, oops. It's amazing how you can program and stream at the same time. I need like super laser focus to do something. I mean, it gets easier over time, right? So I've been programming long enough where a lot of this stuff is, I don't really have to spend much mental thought on it. Do you play an instrument? I'd say it's a similar thing, right? Like in the beginning, it becomes very, very hard. You wouldn't be able to talk and play the guitar at the same time or play the piano. It would require too much mental energy. But after a period of time, you kind of can do it by rote, and it requires a little thinking at first what you're going to do, and then you can talk over the top of it without thinking much. And then here. Right. Okay, so now we just need one of these register module things here for our bot. We're going to delete all this. And a lot of it's just sort of like narrating what you're doing at first too. We don't need bot here because we're in the same package. All right, and then the only action we have now is sleep, but we're going to put some more in here. Sleep action. All right, so now we've replaced the way this works. Oh, there was something else I was going to do that I forget. I'm learning keyboard as well. It's not how it is in Rust for me right now. I can't even. Yeah, so Rust, I've written some Rust, but I'm not proficient in it. Go, I've been writing for enough years now. So what was the other thing we were gonna do? Now I can't remember. Oh. So here's another thing that I was introducing to Rockerboo since the last stream. In our config, I have this enabled. So I want to put that to false so that we can enable and disable commands, which means in this execute command, we need to check here. That's our function, right? We want to ignore this. So if, registered action, is it defined in the action? We need line 75. Let's see. Where did I define that at? It's on the command. On the command. Okay, so execute command. We've already got the command here. Oh, we're already checking. It has to be enabled. I added that. Rockerboo, you're a programmer as well. Yeah. It's amazing that devs like you and Eric can collaborate on anything. It's almost like pair programming. Yeah, so I wish I had started streaming earlier, because who knew that programming was a spectator sport? Like, it's sometimes, especially if you're working on a little hobby project, it can be kind of lonely sitting around coding something by yourself all night. But having people interact and throw in ideas or point out things that you did wrong is ridiculously fun. All right, so we're checking if that's enabled. So now we just need to make sure we're not. And 52. What are we missing? Missing return. Oh, there's no error here. And line 108. Oh, okay. Init's not doing anything. Let's go into main and then command execute. So there's where we load the config, and then, oops. So now we're gonna init. And we're gonna shorten that too, just to make it slightly cleaner. Okay, so now we're gonna call this init logic. It's not really doing anything yet, but the idea here is that's going to be an opportunity for us to iterate over. Oh, we need to do it anyway. There are so many devs out there that don't even know devs stream on Twitch. I didn't either. I recently started getting into it. Love it. Some really knowledgeable people on Twitch with like no viewers. I haven't got any dev friends, anything, so Twitch is the way to go for me. It's a secret though. Some devs use Twitch as part of their resume getting job as well. People pay money to talk to Eric and get to be pests for free. You don't have to pay money to talk to me. This is what I do. So actually, yeah, the viewer problem is really just a platform thing, right? Twitch is really targeted toward gamers. So discovery of programming is really hard. There's not a lot of categories to find people, in a given niche of programming, because even programming is a very, very vast, vast world. And then the way you discover people on Twitch is really, really difficult as well. You basically go browse a category, and then the people with the most viewers show up on top, and then everybody else is just way down. So unless you scroll looking to find people, unless you already have viewers, you're probably not. The people who already have viewers are attracting the most newer people, if that makes sense. So I'm going to put a to-do here. So what we want to do here is call init on each module, passing it its own config from config.json. Apparently Twitch is very powerful. That's how you found me, was just scrolling. Yeah, it's exactly. So, and then, it's helpful when you get part of things like the live coders team and things like that. We promote each other and stuff like that. Or if another programmer raids you, but really you have to kind of make friends and things like that. But yeah, discovery is really hard. And I'm actually really fortunate that I get to spend a lot of time doing this, because my primary job, I work in developer relations at Microsoft. So I do a lot of open source engineering work for Microsoft. And so being out there and doing stuff in the community is they're super cool with it. I can use company time for it. Okay, so we're going to do this later. We disabled this, and I'm hoping that that's disabled. Okay. Let's run it. Eric, bot, dev, run. Oh, it's going to fail. I remember when OBS started up that it couldn't grab that WebSocket. So let's change the port to 442 here. And then we're going to change this as well. Let me throw up my secrets thing here, because I got to open a file that has some stuff in there that you can't see. mvarc and OBS port. All right, and you're back. Microsoft, that's mind-blowing. Yeah, I've been here for a couple of years now, but I've worked for a variety of companies over the years. I was a systems architect at Comcast doing linear video streaming stuff. I was a web developer for about 5 years for Disney, building stuff for all their e-commerce platforms for the parks. Okay, so now, we don't need to rebuild, we just need to run. Oh, run. All right, we're up. Hit me, Rocker Boo. You know what to do. Let's see. We've got voice, we've got alert. What do we want to do? All right, so that's mind-blowing. Did we get it? I don't see it. All right, alert's working. Alert's working. Did voice? Oh, it's capital. It's.
I need to fix that. So now we have the super deep voice. Alright. And then we've got voice.
Oh yeah, super high pitched.
All right, so yeah, so we're continuing to add more and more commands to this crazy tech. So we started out with OBS is broadcasting software. It is what is streaming all of this to you. And what that stuff is doing is actually, there's something called a VST plugin. and it's just a common plugin format that audio workstations use. And I'm using one of those to modulate my voice and create things. And that's just put as a filter on the source. And a source is just, this camera is a source, this microphone is a source. So we've just basically listening for commands in chat, processing them, and then communicating with my broadcast software to say, hey, turn that filter on or off. And then we also have all of this stuff going on. Let's see. I messed it up. Can we see it? All right. And if I'll start the bot here again. And now what I'll do is I'll turn off these front lights that are lighting me. And now you've got a better idea for the alert. And you can't see them, but I have, let's see if I can do this without breaking my streaming setup. Let's take this webcam off, and I have a bunch of recessed lighting in here that is also being lit up and changed. You'll see a bit more of that. I'm actually going to renovate my office this weekend. I have a
electronics workstation over there that's kind of a mess with like the oscilloscope.
scope and all of that. We're going to point it. I'm going to move over here, and you'll see behind me then. Mainly just because of the way I want my monitor set up to be. All right, what were we doing? So we've got all of that. So question, everybody. Let's take a vote. We can introduce new functionality to this, either new commands for OBS. We can add a couple of things like getting it to execute a bash script or something along those lines. Or we can start working on the browser source logic. And I'm open to doing any and all of those things. Oh, and the other thing, so we've got a couple of things to do as well. So let's put a to do in here because we've got a few more actions here. So to do, add more actions. So we're going to just create a list of them. Some that I'm thinking, can't type. We're thinking execute command. We're thinking say. So respond back to chat. And that would be like, hey, what project are you working on? And have it automatically respond back. What was the other thing? Oh, that's the other thing in here that I want to do. Let's add a to do here as well. And here's something that I'm thinking to do. Differentiate between offline and online commands. Like if I left the bot running and I'm not streaming, what commands are allowed to be run versus not run? Let's see. Wow, that's cool. You can actually control LEDs via commands. That's insane. Yeah, so a lot of stuff you can get has APIs. So these Philips Hue lights that I'm using actually they're controlled over an HTTP protocol. So we just authenticated with it. Now we're communicating with that and telling it to change the color, to flash them. Putting in dynamic images into OBS. I think the only way is HTML. Maybe it's not worth it. I got to go now to work on my projects. I feel like I fell behind. It was really nice chatting and meeting you all. Hey, have a lot of fun. Come back anytime. Happy to answer programming questions and all that good stuff. So, yeah, and if you follow, you'll get notifications when I go online as well. Oh, I disabled it. Oh, there's Aaron coming in. So, Aaron, we're deciding what we're going to work on next. I've got a couple of ideas for some additional commands to implement. things like execute a command in the shell to respond back to the chatter. There was something else I was just thinking of. Play audio. And then thanks for hanging out, Crazy Tech. And so there's this stuff that we could work on, which is just implementing new actions. I have some logic here that I'm currently working on as far as like initializing things so that if you don't have hue lights or you don't want to control OBS, it doesn't try to connect. So that's one thing. But the other thing I was thinking about playing with tonight is setting up an HTTP endpoint so that we can include that into OBS. And then we can start then we can actually start, we could use that to play sounds. We could also use that to display images, to change images, to put things in front of my face, things like that. Yeah, that'd be a really good starting point, I think. But we're going to have to figure out a whole bunch of template stuff and yeah, like this chat, it'd be really cool to actually start reading in the chat and displaying that there. The other thing we need to do as well is inside our main.go here, we had commented out this Helix API, and the Helix API is going to allow us to be notified when there are followers, when there's a raid, when there's subscriptions, things like that. The endpoint sounds fun. All right, that sounds like a vote. Let's do it. So we need to start working with the net HTTP endpoint. IRC, I don't think it gets all of the notices. I don't think it got all of the notices. What was our library? Let's look. Where is... It's in run. It's in command run.go. Here's our IRC library. Let's go look at the Go package website and see what we get. So it was package.go.dev. You think it gets the tags? It's all IRC3. Well, let's take a look. So we've got join, notice, ping, pong, private. Would it be a user state message? I don't think that. Yeah, it looks like it's just users coming in and going. Let's look at this message type. Is it like an enum? Room state, user notice, notice join, reconnect, names, ping, clear message. Yeah. IRC tag. So this library itself probably just doesn't have it implemented. So we'd have to implement our own. Let's see. Our mechanism for adding additional metadata on per message basis. Message ID, the type of notice, not the ID, valid value, sub. Where are you seeing that? Because if we don't need more than one, ooh, here we go. Global user state. We just saw that, right? Global user state, get type, message type. Global user state, type 14. Okay, so that's what that would be. Right. I don't think this does what we think it does. Because this says unsuccessful login. You're saying user notice. User notice. Okay. So emotes. It's a separate message from priv message. Right. So this is on user notice. And we do get those. So that's not the user state. We have a... So this is on our on user notice message. So this looks like what we get if somebody subs, resubs, and raids. And then this is our user notice message. So that's the type. Oh, it's going to be in the tags. There we go. So you're saying this is in the tags. So badge info. Oh, here we go. Message ID. Sub, resub, subgift, a non-subgift. Okay. So this is what we're looking for. So now there's a couple of questions. So let's go into our run logic and let's add that. We kind of sidelined here a little bit. So here's a question then. Do we want to try to implement this logic, or do we want to just put a note here and work on the browser logic? That's not what I wanted. You got me going on a rabbit hole here. All right, so this is what we're looking for. Wait, does that say unraid? You can unraid somebody? All right, so you vote browser. Okay, so let's take a couple notes here based on our learnings. So this is our reference material when we come back to it. Let's add a to-do here. To-do, respond to Twitch events. So I like this. Yeah, I would prefer not to have to like include some other giant library if we don't need it, because so far this is all we need. Okay, so, and what was the function we wanted to call? Let's just drop that in there. And we want on user notice message. Well, we'll pass in the full prototype. All right. Music, anybody? Does anybody want me to throw on like Pretzel Rocks, or I suppose we can put Spotify on and just have it mute my VOD. Okay. Ooh. To do. Get this from config. All right, so now let's go into here. Ooh, so we're gonna need to do a couple of things. So the first thing we're gonna need to do is do an HTTP listen and serve. We're not gonna worry about TLS. We're just gonna bind to, I don't know, port 6000. We're gonna pick one. And then we need an HTTP handler. Let's just use one of the examples here. So HTTP. This is all pretty straightforward. Oh, right, because we're just going to use a handler func. So that's basically all we want. And this is all we have to do in Go to have an HTTP server up and running. So we're just going to listen on... We'll listen on slash. We'll change it later if we need to. And this was actually one of the really cool things that I loved about Go. Is like, there was no magic. This is it. Bind to this port. And when you see a slash, you're going to run this function. Done. So we can test this by building this. Let's just do it this way. And, Eric bot dev run. Okay, so now we should be bound to, what did we say it was, 6,000? Did it not bind? Oh, oops. That's 88. We'll leave it as 8080. We'll change it later if we want to. 8080. Boom. There is our site. Oh, why did it not print to there? Oh, because Q is the URL path, so we would pass in something like Eric bot dev. No. What are we missing here? Oh. Because I changed that thinking it was an error. I'm silly. F printf. There we go. There we go. I'm silly. Yeah, I was thinking this was the error case. I just quickly changed it to a print line and not thinking. So the difference is print line was going to go to standard out. This is a format message, printf, and then we're passing it W, which is a writer. So we're telling it to substitute this %Q for the output of this function, and then write that to W. So now we should be able to hello/EricBotDev. Perfect. So now what we need to do is we need a template. We need a template. And I like the idea of using this because then what we can do is we can make this super modular and then you can substitute what you want in there. Time to hack into the firewall and get them points, right? So I actually have a pretty nice firewall here that has honeypots and intrusion detection and intrusion prevention. All right, what were we doing? Oh, now we need to go check out the text/template. No, we want the HTML one. We want the HTML one because there's two. It's the HTML template. Of course it is. All right. Identification of your success. Exactly. You will be remembered forever in the firewall logs. All right. So here's what we're going to do. We need to parse a template. And this gets slightly confusing. But let's see. We're just going to assume it's in the parent path. Actually, you know what? Let's create a new directory for it because this is going to get, let's call it web. Let's call it web. All right, and then inside of here, we're going to need an index.html, and then that's going to be our sample that we'll use. Yeah, so that's one of the coolest things for me is the fact that all of this stuff is in the standard library. That's just so freaking cool to me. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. So we're just going to have a basic HTML page first, because I actually think this is going to get slightly more complicated. So, and all right. Title. Eric bot dev. We'll change all of this. We'll substitute all this stuff in. So here's our body. And testing. So we're just going to use this for right now. This is going to be our base template. So if you want to style where things go and basically format like this thing up above me and where the messages go, we're going to do that. We'll include some CSS from in here. Oh, we are going to have to also serve static assets from here too. So we're going to need a slightly more complicated example. Let's go back to our HTTP. Wait. File server. So this is what we want here first. We want to make sure that we come into main.go and no, it was in run. So we're going to add another handle func or handler. So we're just going to say assets and wait, file server, that's the root HTTP file. I'm trying to remember the contents of the file system rooted at root. Is this right? We'll test it. So what we're doing now is we want this slash to show our index page. Really what we're going to do here is to do serve index page. So that's just going to load up the index page. Now what this is going to do is give the index page a way to load in any CSS and JavaScript. Later what we're going to have to do, is this a JSON REST API or over HTTP? Yeah, so it's going to be just HTML served from this binary because OBS is going to load up this page and that's going to bring in any assets we want. However, we are going to also have to implement a WebSocket so that we can create a constant connection so that your page updates when something happens on the back end, right? Now the server needs to be able to tell the client that something changed. That or we end up having JavaScript have to keep polling the server, and I don't really think that's the best way to do it either. So I think we're going to end up implementing something with WebSockets. So, but for now, we can do this where, you know, we could just make it refresh just to sort of get the feel for how this stuff should work. And I need to make sure this is right. I feel like that's not right. We can put something in that directory. All right. Let's touch, or let's just echo test into, what did I say, web. And we'll just call it, I don't know, index.js. Now if we're right, then assets index.js should say test. It does not. So this is not working. Would long polling work? It could, right? We could keep making it long poll, but why not just have a WebSocket so we kind of have this bidirectional communication? What am I missing here? Well, yeah. That's dot file hiding. I don't really care about that. Oh, yeah. We want to... Yeah. We need to strip the prefix. We do need to strip the prefix. Because otherwise it would be looking inside the web directory for assets, if that makes sense. So assets, strip prefix. Can we just use this? Wait. And then here we want, I think we can use relative paths, web. Now let's try this. I haven't built an HTTP thing in a while. Address, oh, because we're here. All right, let's see. Are you working? 404 not found. So that's better. Now if we do this, does this work? Okay, so that's working. And so we've got assets working. So is it looking in web? We do have an index.js in there. What are we missing? What are we missing? Everything else is working exactly the way we want it to. Is that? All right. Sweet. That was the problem. Okay. So we strip this full assets thing off. It's going to look in the web directory. We need to fix this path. To do. Fix path to web. We don't want to leave that like that. All right, here's our starting point. So now we have a browser, and now we need to get it to display some stuff. So we could get it to display the chat. We could get it to display the chat, but it wouldn't keep updating. Yeah, we're gonna need a WebSocket. We're going to need a WebSocket because we need bidirectional communication. Otherwise, there's nothing to get it on there. So, oh, we're gonna need the Helix API anyway, because if you wanted to display on your template things like who is my most recent sub, who's my most recent follower, and things like that, we're going to need that. So, I pose another question. Do we work on the WebSocket logic so that we can keep a communication between our bot and our browser source first? Or do we want to pull up that Helix API and maybe start getting some stuff on the screen? And I am not the greatest at JavaScript and CS. Well, JavaScript maybe, but let's just call it bot.css, and we'll call it bot.js, and then we'll start working on these things over time. Trolley stuff better. So when you say trolley stuff, you mean for you to be able to put stuff up on my screen? All right. What do we got going on here? Or sounds. I mean, it could take us a while to get all of this stuff, so let's just quickly pull up some how to use WebSockets in Go. I want to, here we go. Gorilla WebSocket. Give me an example. A chat example. Perfect. All right, so the server application defines two types, client and hub. The server creates an instance of the client type for each WebSocket connection. A client acts as an intermediary between the WebSocket connection and a single instance of the hub type. The hub maintains a set of registered clients and broadcasts messages to the client. Okay. The code for the hub type is in hub go. Okay. And this is for the client. We don't really care about the client. All right, on document load, the script checks for WebSocket functionality in the browser. If WebSocket functionality is available, sounds out of WSL or out of your Windows box. So this would be, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter as long as the, as long as we provided an endpoint where it could receive it, right? Anything that could be pulled in via HTML, it could be something actually stored somewhere else. We could play MP3s, loaded from another URL if we wanted to. Okay, so if WebSocket functionality is available, then the script opens a connection to the server and registers a callback to handle messages from the server. The callback appends the message to the chat log using the append log function. To allow the user to manually scroll through the chat log without interruption from new messages, the append log function checks the scroll position before adding new content. If the chat log is scrolled to the bottom, then the function scrolls new content into view after adding the content. Otherwise, the scroll position is not changed. Okay. Yeah, so sounds to the browser. We could do it the same way Began was doing, playing it, which I may do as well, but I kind of want my bot to also do all of this stuff. Right now, that's a browser thing coming from Streamlabs. The things that show up there over there on the corner when people follow and subscribe, that's another browser window. It just sort of like there's a bunch of browser sources open and they all kind of do individual things. They're not super configurable. I kind of like the idea of just having the bot do everything because then we can get it to do custom things. Show this animation across my screen when somebody types this command, right? Or flicker the screen, right? Because it's just a browser window. So we could, in theory, put like a red background and then change the opacity of it. And then in theory, you would see my video behind that slightly tinted. So we can kind of play with those ideas here. So just having that browser window there feels like it give me a fair bit of control for things without having to do too much, load in a media source into OBS and then make it play that. So, okay, so I feel like this chat example might be a good example here because they actually have they're scrolling things into view and whatnot. So let's just take this whole example and let's make that our example for now. And we'll slowly modify it to our liking. So all of you, all this stuff, go away. All right. So now this is their chat. Now, I think this is something where it's going to allow us to send messages, which is not exactly what we want, but we'll start. Oh. Why? Oh, because we haven't loaded the template yet. So we should get there first. Okay. Oh, look at you. You're catching me off guard. You didn't miss a beat, did you, Rocker Boo? All right, let's see. Browser does not support WebSockets. Okay, we're going to leave that for now. So we do need to process the template. So let's use this. The other thing we're going to want to do is look at the hub.go, right? All right, so this serves home, right? That's fine. I suppose we could have done this too, right? Yeah, do we need... Let's just use this for now because we may not need templates. Well, if we need to fill in something later, like something from configuration or something like that, then we'll change this out. But for now, we can just go into our handle func here. And we're just going to use this HTTP serve file. And we want it to serve our web/index HTML. To do remove hard coded path. We'll clean this up in a little bit after we see it working. All right. We need some tunes. All right, somebody call out a style of music. We're going to see what Pretzel has going on for that style of music. Oh, you're still at it. All right, let's see. Are you going to work? Connection closed. Ooh. But what is it trying to connect to? Let's take a look at the code. So on load, this is just... All right, so we're going to connect to WebSocket on the host. Okay, so we don't have any logic actually handling the connection upgrade. Smooth Jazz. Plaza 1, what is that? Okay, so we've got some like EDM. We can do EDM. Okay. This is main Go. We need to look at how it's handling its... How are you handling your WebSocket connections? So this is just serving home. We're creating a new hub. We run the hub. Is it? Oh, okay, here we go. This is it. So, where's new hub? Where are you maintained? We're going to take all of this. We're going to make some messy code, my friends, and then we will clean it up. All right, so we're going to have to find that new hub functionality. We don't need that. Let's move this up. And then, so we need this new hub method, whatever they're doing, and then serve WebSocket. Oh, your alert didn't work. Or is it working? Did I not notice it? Did we break it? Huh. It doesn't seem to be working. What about the audio filters? Are those working? Or did we break everything? Nope, they're not working? Let's see. Hue. List. Lights. You got a blocker in your blocker. Oh, yeah. We need to send this off into a go routine, right? So that we actually get to that logic. Okay. We need to handle that better though, but for now, that'll work. And then we also had new hub and serve WebSocket. Oh wait, we were gonna get music going on. Let's see, what do you got going on, Pretzel? I haven't used this too much, so we're gonna see. All right, you'll have to tell me what the volume's like. All right. And it was hub go. Oh, wait. So it has its own logic here. So this isn't just something that it provides us, it's its own thing. And we don't really need all of this. So this is like a client registering itself. And we're broadcasting out to all of the clients, and we don't really care about any of that. So we don't need a hub. We don't need a hub at all. What was the other thing? We want the handling of the WebSocket, though. We're going to write our own logic there. So this is just managing the WebSocket connection. Read pumps messages from WebSocket connection to the hub. All right, so let's think about this. Because this is like a whole lot of logic that we don't really need necessarily. We want to be able to read messages from the connection for sure, right? So let's go look at the logic for this. All right. All right, so we're gonna look at this. Read message, write message. So this is what we need. Where is our serve WebSocket? So that's not really what we need. We need just this upgrade logic. Upgrader. Wait. So that's the first thing we need to do. You know what? We're gonna need something to manage all of this. This is okay. Okay. This is starting to get a little messy. Let's think this through real quick. We're gonna leave this here for now, and we're gonna come over into the bot code here, and we're gonna say browser.go. We'll come up with a better name. All right, so we need to manage our connections. So we're gonna need a list of connections. and this is going to be... So we need our list of WebSocket connections. What do we got? Time for some surgery. Yeah, definitely some time for some surgery. So this run thing is getting pretty gnarly, and once we get into this sort of WebSocket logic, it's great here, but here, here we go. This is what we're gonna do. Time to clean it up before it gets too ugly. We're gonna have an HTTP library here. And we're gonna come into here, and we're gonna pull all of this out. And we're just gonna leave this here for right now. And where's run? HTTP. Weird. Why was that there twice? It won't even compile yet. It seems simple, but I'm so lost. Which part are you lost on? Oh, wait. I still can't get a file to open and read to a JSON file in a separate function I'm not even calling. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you have an example somewhere? We can pull it up. I'm happy to look at it and we can walk through it. Oh, wait. Wait a second. Oh, I just copied it all. I'm like, what is going on here? Why is it in here multiple times? All right. We're going to remove this. Okay. So here's what we need to do. We need to start HTTP. No, I don't want to put it in bot. Oh, no. See, these are those moments where I dislike using IDEs. It's just... Alright. I normally do this all command line and in Vim and whatnot, but I'm trying really, really hard to try something new. Alright, so now we have HTTP. And then we can have func start. And then we can take a string here. And we're going to pull all this in here. All right, this is going to be a little cleaner. All right. And then I think we should also have a web path here. And let's return an error just for good measure. And then in our run.go, we can do a go HTTP start. We're going to pass it. We'll hard code here anyway. 8080. And then do move hard coded values. And then we can use our address here. We can remove this go function. We'll make it the caller's responsibility. All right. And now we need our upgrader. And this is going to be in here. All right, let's check this out. What do we got going on? Let's get this compiling first before I lose what's going on. Undefined HTTP in run.go, and that's because we want to import HTTP. Gorilla website from, but does not contain package. It does not contain upgrader. All right, so where's upgrader coming from? Oh, duh. That's our upgrader. All right. Error declared and not used. Oh. We'll just comment that out for now. Ah, maybe not. Bot were declared as imported package. Oh. Okay. All right. Now let's sideline here. What do we got going on? All right, function. Oh, in Rust. Ooh, all right. So what were you trying to do? Can't get a file to open and read to a JSON in a separate function. All right, so you've got a mutable file. You're opening the file designed to design. Contents is a string. You're trying to read the contents to the string, passing it a mutable reference to contents, okay? Read the JSON contents of the file as an instance of user. So this is Serde parsing it from const. And that's because it returns a result. Yeah. Huh. What issue are you getting with this? I mean, I'm not a big Rust person. I've done a little bit, but this feels like it should work. I mean, we can run it, but it looks similar aside from the fact that you're reading from the file. Where's that? Oh, it's just from your import. That makes sense. Couldn't convert the error to Serde JSON error, line 21. Error just... I don't know what your line 21 is, but I'm guessing it is here. That it's having an error parsing it, and that it can't convert the result. Expected Serde error because of this. Open the file in read-only mode with buffer. Is not implemented for... no, it's not opening the file on compile. It looks like it's trying to convert the error type. So, Serde wants a Saturday produces a Saturday JSON error, and this, it wants to convert from a standard IO error. So file open is producing a standard IO error, and it can't Saturday JSON can't convert a standard error IO error to a Saturday JSON error. I found this so I will see that gives me better info. Do something, so I don't know what the question mark basically, if this produces an error, it will stop execution. Does that make sense? So it's effectively the same thing if we went if error not equal to nil, panic error. Here is a really cool project if you're trying to learn Rust, is Rustlings. They're like these super small exercises that sort of force you to fix broken things in the code. And you'll kind of pick up a lot of things along the way. Okay, so we're upgrading our connection now. We have them. So now what we need to do is we actually need to track them. So we need a list of our connections. We're just going to call that connections. We're going to have a slice of what does this produce. A WebSocket con. All right, so produce a web. I guess we kind of do need that hub logic, don't we? Crap. All right, we're going to do the hub. We're going to do the hub. All right, we're going to steal their logic because you may have multiple browser sources. Let's just do it. We'll modify it as needed. Because we're tracking some of the same stuff. All right. I want to move this upgrader up. And we're going to delete that. All right, so here's our hub. We're going to need to define client too. Actually, we're hub.go and a client.go. Let's get this stuff all nice and organized. All right, there's our hub. Because we might start doing a bunch of stuff, so we'll just organize it. So there's our hub. Here's our client. Thank you, Gorilla, for your contributions. All right, so there is our WebSocket handling. And we're just going to use this for now. And then what do they have going on for their stuff here? So that's all of that. Then what did we have for main? We're already doing that, so this is just our hub stuff. So what was their serve to WebSocket function? I'm trying to remember. Is that in here? Serve. No. Did I miss it? Serve home. No. It wasn't in hub. Is it in client? Oh, it's in. Okay, so we already have serve WS. So we're just going to use their code as a starting point. I'll have to check that out. I'm just trying to force it to work instead of learning all of the little things. Yeah, I mean, Rust, I feel like you really kind of need to dive into that a little bit more. I actually get really confused by reading Rust still, even after writing. Okay, so they're just calling serve WS inside here. So we're going to do the same thing. And that calls the upgrader. And we need to move this up because it's a closure. Okay. Non-declaration statement outside the function body. What do we got going on here? Client. You know what? Let's... All right. Learning Rust required pay a lot more attention to detail. Yeah, it actually has a lot more in common with Elixir in some ways. So Elixir is actually one I have not had an opportunity to mess with yet. I would like to, though. Up to greater redeclared. Oh, because it's probably in that in client or something. All right. Ah, we didn't actually save. There we go. And we're building. All right. So let's try our little chat example. Testing. So in theory, if we open multiple of these, we lose our state, which is okay. Testing as well. Do we see? Okay, sweet. So that works. We need to fix all of this, but we don't really care about the incoming messages now. So let's clean that up a little bit, and then we're going to start putting our chat messages in there. Okay. So inside, we got a lot going on here. Close all this. So inside client go. We don't want to write pumps messages from the hub to the WebSocket connection. A Go routine running write pump is started for each connection. The application ensures that there is at most one writer to a connection by executing all writes. What do you got going on? Okay, so, and then the read pump messages from the WebSocket connection to the hub. We do not. Okay, so in this particular logic here is, do we need to read anything? I don't think we need to read anything. So let's just add a little to do here. Do we really need a read pump? The browser source isn't going to send us anything, is it? Okay. You weren't experienced enough with distributed systems. I don't know whether anybody ever is experienced enough with distributed systems. Distributed systems are always hard. All right. So we're going to use this for now. Let's go ahead and start cutting stuff out. Like, we do not need a form. Oh, I don't even know why I was doing that. All right. Oh, it's not safe. Because it's just serving this. So we could change that without ever recompiling the bot. I love it. All right. I don't really like the styling we have going on here, though. Let's go ahead and, like, abstract this stuff out, too, because I don't like it. Eric bot dev. All right. And we're going to go into our bot.js and dump all of that in there. Time for cleanup. I can't do this embedded, this like nested stuff. It'll drive me crazy. All right, there's our bot CSS. All right. Oh, we need to we need JavaScript import. I always forget. Oh, it's silly. I just deleted it. This. Source equals / assets bot.js. Right? Am I messing this up? Why is it yelling at me? Wow, I feel rusty with my front end stuff. Now let's see if we still work. Is this working? Okay, so that is working. Oh, we've got our HTML or our CSS. It's a style. Yeah, there we go. Link. Wow, I'm rusty on my HTML. Holy cow. It'll come back. All right. So we need our assets. Bot.css. Thanks for the follow. I don't know. All right. So now we've got all this stuff in here. We don't need that. Okay. I don't feel like that's loading it. Where's my CSS file? JS is loaded. Style sheet is not. What? That's right. What am I missing? Not good at being creative under a lot of pressure. Yeah, that can get hard too. Forced creativity can definitely be hard. Is the file there? Bot.css is there. Oh, it's a typo. Wait, no, it's not. So why are you not loading? Oh, there we go. All right, so we need to fix a couple of things because we do not want this dark gray. So let's just change that up a little bit. And we're gonna just remove that for now. So we should have our white background. Now what we want to do, we have this WebSocket with bidirectional communication. We're not doing anything right now. So we should be able to go into our client go. Oh, where's our run? Where's our run? So inside of this logic here, we're checking if it's a command, right? So we're going to add it first here. So where's the print line? Because we're going to probably want to see whether it's a command first and not send that to our WebSocket. But let's just go ahead and replicate this. So let's go say HTTP broadcast chat message. I don't know yet. We're gonna play with this a little bit. So let's just say we want our user and then their message for now, right? We'll just copy this. Using the mouse is just hard. Okay. So in theory now we're telling the HTTP server to broadcast the message. So let's go into our HTTP library here and say broadcast. Is it chat message? Chat message. All right, and this is going to be just a string. Okay. Yeah, it compiles. So now what we're going to try and do is we know in this hub that when a client, so this is all registering, unregistering. Oh, your Rust compiles. Awesome. You figured it out. Okay, what was the issue? And so this looks like we're ranging. So when we receive something on broadcast, we are ranging over our clients. So where is our hub broadcast? It's a channel of bytes. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. In here, we should be able to just say, oh wait, where's our hub stored? Oh. So hub run. Let's add the function here. This is going to be cleaner. So hub, we're going to want to send chat message. And this is going to be a slice of bytes. and an error. Okay. And then we don't need it here in this HTTP logic, I guess. Wait, we defined it in the hub. Oh, crap. Hey, Stupak, what's going on? We got a late crowd here tonight. Rocker Boo's hanging out. Stupak's hanging out. I didn't get to stream earlier today. I've got a bunch of stuff going on for work. I'm going to be streaming on like Microsoft's main Microsoft developer Twitch on Monday. I told somebody else I'd stream Thursday. So I didn't really get to jump on and work on the bot any today. So I decided tonight I had some free time. So I don't know whether I like this. We're going to duplicate this for now because hub exists here. This is where we know where hub is. But it's this top layer in run that we know about chat messages. All right, we're just going to have to go with that. All right, so here's what we got to do. We got a couple places we need to change. Run.go. What is this yelling at me for? Oh. Right? No. There we go. It's one of those printfs. All right, so now we're telling the HTTP package that we want to send that message, the chat message there. The HTTP package says, okay, I've got your message, and I'm going to tell the hub, which we need to put up here. We want to track that at the package level. I guess we don't need the two, huh? All right, so var hub is a pointer to a hub. All right, and we can get rid of this. We don't need that. Now, inside of here, I guess that works. I like abstracting these things. Okay, so we've got this HTTP message. Now, we can say hub dot broadcast chat message, and we need to convert that string into a slice of bytes and pass that in. Just having a snack. Trying to consolidate all Blu-ray. I don't even have videos anymore. I got rid of all of them. It's almost all example code, but it's my example code. Rockaboo nice. I'm having flashbacks on Windows 95 screensavers. The goal is to render chat to videos, so it should be fairly close to this using a game engine with a lower level layer to another layer. What are you using this for, Rockaboo? Like, I get that you're rendering text to video, but like, what's the use case of the project? And I think next week, if not the week after, I'm going to start on some video stuff on stream. I want to build like a whole video streaming platform for conferences where we can do live streaming and have like a virtual production switcher where you can have multiple RTMP feeds coming in and you see them as inputs and you can send this to that output. I think we're going to build that live and open source it. All right, so we got this. We want to broadcast the message on the hub here. That takes a slice of bytes. So we're just going to, I guess, take our hub and broadcast and send it our slice of bytes and hope for the best. And the idea of this chat is the big component, and it's kind of subjugated to the corner of the screen. For chat liberation, we must free the bounce. Okay, so if our code is right, we should get chat in the browser. We did not get chat in the browser. Okay. Why did we not get chat in the browser? Let's see. Network, any issues? Everything loading. Everything is... We're still not getting our CSS. I thought we fixed that. I thought we fixed our CSS. What am I missing here? Okay, so that works. Is there something wrong with my link tag? Oh. Caching. Okay, so that didn't work. And it should. What are we missing?
Okay, so in the hub, we run our
It
client.
registers, it unregisters. If we receive a message on the broadcast, I don't see
Anything in here that cleans up bad clients, though. So,
Oh, we're gonna have to fix that too. Oh, we got the alert going. So this should work though. So let's print this out. So we get a message. Receive broadcast. Okay. And then here. Oh, okay. Let's see. So this is a sent to client. Client not ready. Closing connection. All right. I think it was working before, so feel free to ignore the last suggestion. Yeah, I think I had typoed. Okay, let's see. All right, so we received our broadcast. So the client must not be registering itself. That's what it seems like, because we received the broadcast, but we didn't see either of these messages, which means that there's no clients. So if we just change this message here to the length of this, I'm betting that this is 0. And let's do this too. We're just for just silliness sake. We'll trigger it. Where'd we go? There's a framework which is using GFX. I can't wait. After this weekend, I'm going to have a new setup. I have a new monitor sitting over here that's like super shiny. Right now I have like 2 big monitors, and so I end up centered in the middle of 2. So I effectively use, they're 2 34-inch ultra wide, so I effectively use 34 inches, just half of each screen. But then I have like chat like over here, but it's so far away I can't even read it. So this weekend I'm rearranging. I've got a 38-inch ultra wide that I'm going to put in the corner right here. This is like a big U-shaped desk. I'm going to put it over here in the corner. and just be centered in front of one screen. So it is actually LG 38GL. So that's the bad boy I have sitting over here waiting to be set up. It's going to be set up tomorrow. Okay, yep. So we have 0 registered clients. So our issue is in our bot.js. All right, so if window WebSocket. So is it not connecting to that? So let's check. Well, no, because this worked because we were sending chat messages back and forth, right? We were sending chat messages. So what's going on? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? Do we have an error? We don't have an error. So what do we have going on here? Where's our, it's our read pump, write pump. This is our serve WebSocket. So let's see. Well, it's not printing an error. So let's just log print line upgraded to WebSocket. So I don't even see this being called. So we must have broke something here inside of our run go. No. Wait a second. Oh, here's our HTTP start. So it's in this logic. What's going on with you? Is this never being called? Print line / WS hit. Something's not right here. We broke something when we refactored this. So much for surgery being a good thing. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So that endpoint works. So the fact that this doesn't means that it means that our JavaScript's not executing. It's an ordering thing. This is one of those moments where I'm like, crap, I like wish I remembered JavaScript stuff. So this was all embedded, remember? It was in the head. Close the script tag. The script tag was closed. Oh. Watch, it's gonna be that. If it's that silly, I'm gonna die. Ah, ah. And I think Aaron ASW. I think he called it earlier too. All right. There we go. So now we have a browser source with chat messages. So with a WebSocket. So now
here's where we get creative and see whether I crash OBS.
oh, you're still playing with the voice. Keep forgetting about this stuff. Yeah, it's something I'm a little weaker on because I haven't built web stuff in a while. I started my career there and now I'm just a little rusty because, you know, I started doing a lot of back-end and infrastructure development. Cross-site scripting is fun. All right, so let's add a new browser source to OBS and we're going to call this EricBotDev. All right. And let's see. What are the dimensions I'm looking for 1080p? Yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll just use this and stretching's going to look pretty ugly. Okay, so. There we go.
Do we see our chat messages on the screen?
No. We're rocking alert. Here we go. We need to visibly see my office look like an alarm's going off. All right, so we're gonna have audio coming too. So
I'm gonna just hide this source for now.
I would imagine my neighbors could see those flashing lights. And the one across the street is a firefighter, so okay. We're gonna hide that for now, but there we go. Oh, so scene doesn't work right now, Aaron. Okay, here, let's implement it. I don't know whether you were around for when I refactored all of this out. So you'll notice we have not we've not recompiled. Although we're gonna let's just remove our debug statements here though. What was received broadcast? There we go. And sent to client and client close. All right. So that's all our debug statements. All right. You saw that I haven't changed anything. So I refactored everything out so you configure the bot and come up with new commands, not by modifying code. The only thing you modify code for is if you want to introduce new features. We've refactored everything out to modules, and modules register actions. So the Hue module registers itself with the bot and says, I am the Hue module, and here are the actions available on me. A custom keyboard would be cool. So now the way we actually introduce commands, we're going to add one. So where is our OBS? The OBS module, we registered the scene change action, and that is change scene. So we need this argument. Okay, perfect. Ooh, that one's not going to work. We're going to have to figure that out. We're going to have one word things. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to our config.json. And now here's our commands. We are going to take this command and just copy it for reference. And we're going to say scene. This is kind of a duplicate. We don't really need that there. We want it to be enabled. True. And then the scene is going to be an OBS. Change scene is the action. And then we need parameters. So these are our arguments, right? We only need one. And the one we needed was scene. And that scene is Q. And A. Oh, right. Yeah, we need to change. Oops. What am I doing? It's just that point where it's late and I'm forced to be turned off because I... Alright. So our scene is Q and A. And that was our command there. What am I missing? Oh, we don't need that. Okay, so the one thing... am I just testing chat right now? So no, what we're building, Stupak, is the bot itself is exposing an HTTP endpoint. And that endpoint we're going to use as a browser source. So we're going to be doing a whole bunch of things where we can display stuff like chat or alerts and play sounds and animate objects across the screen and everything by just putting a browser source in OBS, and the bot is going to control and send messages over a WebSocket to the client on the browser, which happens to be OBS, to get it to do stuff. All right, wait, validate it. This may be funny. Scene, it's enabled. Actions. Oh, yeah. No. I got you. Change scene. All right. Okay. So now all we did was modify some JSON. And now we should be able to do scene. And no. Scene, it's enabled. It's actions.
That should have worked.
Where is our OBS? OBS. Where are you at? So we have change scene. Takes a string. All right. Oh. Change scene. All right. I didn't test that after I refactored it. Now we can do scene. But yeah, so that's kind of the whole idea here with this is we'll introduce modules that provide functionality, which are just actions to the bot. And then you can come up with all of your own commands by just configuring, by creating these things. You know, so for example, the source filter is actually a series of actions. The first one is a source filtered enabled with enabled set to true on this HILPR40. This arg map basically says it's indexed. So if you provide, when you do voice space, whatever the next thing between the spaces are, will get mapped to filter name in this argument list. And that's how we can kind of do commands that have parameters. And then the next action is to sleep for 5 seconds. And then the next action is this. So you should be able to just invent your own commands and stuff like that, and we'll just add new actions to this. Okay, where'd we leave off? So we have our... Oh, our connection close. Oh, because... It's because we... Ooh. We stopped it. So now we can... Has anyone here...
I've worked at a company big enough that had a data dictionary, I think that tells you
what each field is and how it can be used. Yeah. I have. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to take a quick bio break, and then I will be right back. And we can start thinking about what we want to do next. Nice. Good call. That's pretty funny. Muted. I shouldn't be muted. All right. What'd you say? Oh, it was Aaron. It was Aaron who did it. I would have thought it would have been Rocker Boo. He's usually the quickest to try and catch me on my stuff. All right, so that is a good call. It's actually way cooler if I turn off these lights. All right, and then let's get some style going on here. There we go. So my brother and I were talking about this idea, like, what if we could have offline commands, right? So here's what I'm thinking. I think that there should be commands that we can execute while I'm around, right? Like if the stream is live, then it'll be allowed. But I think the bot, it would be cool if it ran all of the time. Oh, I don't remember what software it was that we used for the data dictionary. I mean, that was years ago. So, what was this? Humble, darling, quail field. Oh, it's the clip. Okay. So, what was I saying? Oh, so offline commands. What if the bot ran all of the time? And there was a certain collection of commands that could be ran only if the stream indicator is on. And we already have that because inside of our OBS here, I did it with the stop stream one. And now this will go out and get the status and look to see whether or not I'm streaming. So we could actually make this a parameter where some commands could be ran. And here's where I'm going with all of this. How funny would it be, or awesome would it be, if while my bot is running offline, you all could do that alert? I'm just sitting here working, and if a certain number of people run the alert command, we'll call it a summon command. And if, 10 different people run summon in the channel, it'll do this while I'm working. And that's like, yo, get online. Ask Began how he likes it. I've gotten him like 3 times. Wait, you've gotten him with what? So, oh, his sound effects, like when he's gone. Oh. Oh, you've been playing him when he's been working. Yeah. Oh. Oh, nice. Nice. 8 p.m. He leaves the bot running by accident. Yeah, so that's sort of what I'm thinking here is I think that we could go into our config here and I don't know, let's pick alert, right? So we've got enabled, but I think we can also have like an offline, maybe something more descriptive and true, and we'll default that to false. Oh, we can't do that. Wait. No, yeah, we can do that because the default would be off. Yes, the zero value of a boolean is false. So that works. We need to change up the scene in here again. You got it all like red in here. Do I use OBS to do video meetings? I don't currently. So I actually have some audio files and stuff like that that I'm gonna do that I'm gonna allow everybody to play too. I've been working with a voiceover person that's recording like really snarky comments. So if you picture if like Jarvis was rude and sarcastic, I'm gonna have audio files for that. I've got a couple of them. Oh, I don't have them here. They're on my laptop. I was gonna say I can play them, but I'm gonna allow you all to play those, and it'll taunt me. Yeah, I have seen the virtual camera plugin. What were we doing? Oh yeah, offline commands. So, well, we're not gonna be able to test that, right, until I'm offline, and you won't see whether or not it works. Where were we? Bot. All right, so under command, we have enabled. We're gonna need to start commenting this stuff, but offline, and this is offline. Rickroll. Can you make an 8-bit converter? That'd be so cool. I mean, we can attempt to make one. Okay, so this is for offline. And so what we should do is... Where's our execute command? Execute command. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Inside our OBS here, we need to ask for the streaming status. So let's just create a function here. Streaming status. And what is this? It's just Boolean, right? Let's just ask, call it streaming. Bool. So there's our request. We're going to need an error there, otherwise we can't trust this value. Actually, let's see. Just thinking out loud. Because most of these, we probably only care to know. Yeah, let's return it anyway. It's better to leave it to the caller to decide what to do in this case. Wait. If you go to YouTube and search 8-bit Wrecking Ball, it's the Wrecking Ball song but converted to 8-bit. It's all great. All right, hold up. Hold up. All right. We got to do it. I want to see this. We are breaking away from... Wait, is the alert to do it or is that don't do it? All right, I may have to bump up the volume here, but let's do it. All right. Wrecking Ball 8-bit. All right, which one am I looking at? This chiptune one or this 8-bit remix one? Oh, wait, you linked it. You did the first one. All right, let's hear it. Oh, this is friggin' great. I see. I could listen to this all day. I think we're gonna get this VOD muted for sure. All right, so one that I had an addiction to before with like this whole 8-bit thing is they're called literal. I can't type. Literal video versions, and this one's the best. So they redo songs, but they make the lyrics about the music video. So they're singing the song about the music video, and it's freaking hilarious, and it makes you realize just how freaking weird music videos are. So we're gonna watch a minute of this because this is freaking great. Well, first we're gonna watch an ad. What'd you learn tonight?
Random use of candles, empty bottles and cloth, and can you see me through this fan? Creepy dollar window and what looks like a bathrobe, then a dimly shot of dangling balls. Close-up of some candles and dramatically posing, then stock footage of a moon in the sky. Messing up my close-up with a floating blue curtain.
You just realize how like weird music videos are.
Why aren't I reacting in this shot? Guess I should be acting, but I'm not. Wander through a hall with doors that magically open, and this classroom has a fan. Now it's getting creepy, you can tell by my staring. It's a long time since I've been with a man. Emo kitties throwing slow moved up in my face. I guess that means that he just slipped me the bird. Staring at the swim team gets you killed by a gang of dancing ninja men who know how to twirl. Then a bunch of preppies make a toe. Most of it just ends up on the floor, and they shooting fans tonight. Or they're gonna hurt the gymnast. Why do they play football inside? Here's another shot of fencing.
Where is it?
all sleeping lit from behind. Watch the shadows run off. I walk onto a terrace where I think I'm alone. But Uncle Fontarelli's got an army of clothes.
I will leave it as homework for you all to watch the rest of that and to watch some of the other ones, but it's freaking hilarious. All right, now I forgot where we left off. Oh, right, streaming.
Yeah, it's super creative.
Okay, so command. Here's what we're gonna do. I think that's okay there. We don't really need our chat down here anymore, do we? No. Let's remove that. That's in run.go. All right, so now we have Twitch events. Oh, yes. So that's another thing we could do if we wanted. We could start looking at these Twitch events and doing something on screen for them. But let's finish our offline commands. Oh, you're still switching up my stuff. I keep forgetting. Wait. What did you high pitch clip? See, this is the thing. I need to put something, an indicator on my screen that tells me when you all are messing with my voice. Okay, so this will tell us what command. I want to... Do we have the user? What's super creative? All right, so that does that. Command executed, but we wanted to see... Oh, this is going to get kind of... Oh, no. All right, let's hear it.
Yeah, it's super creative. Yeah, it's super creative.
Oh. I have the feeling my clips are going to be just filled with this stuff. Okay, so we need to introduce points still too so that I can limit how much that's done, because it'll get really annoying if it happens all of the time. What were we doing? Oh, right, the offline thing. So execute command. We want to look at our OBS streaming. So it's enabled. So I guess in here, we'll look to see streaming error equals OBS dot streaming. All right. And then actually we can just do this. If error not equal to nil, or streaming wait, c dot offline is it'll be on the soundboard on Sunday. Okay, so oh, you're talking about Beacon's soundboard. All right, so if it's not equal to nil, we want to, so for all of this we want to return. You just tried to add it. You can't even wait the weekend. All right, so if not off, wait, so if we're going to invert this, wait. If not streaming, let's make sure we group this. I'm going to screw this up. All right, so if we're not streaming and not offline, right? Because it's going to default to false. So we want both of these to be true. No, because then if we were streaming and offline was false. So wait a second. These are those like Boolean logic things that end up confusing the crap out of you. So We have, so this is 1. No, because this would be false, right? That only becomes true if we're both not streaming and offline is true. Yes. So if we were streaming, then this would short circuit and it would not be true. Right. Okay. So we should continue. All right. So in theory, we're not breaking anything. Let's try it. Ooh. Import cycle not allowed. Oh no. That's not good. All right. Let's see. We need some. Get some music going back here. I have no idea what the volume's like on your end, but let's see. So what this is saying is that it's low. Do you want it higher? Okay, so what's happening here is our bot package. Oh, an annoying crackle. What about now? So our bot is importing. Let me see. Oh, that's gonna be super loud. Let's see. All right, that should be good. Okay, so what do we got going on? Okay, so bot is importing OBS, and then I'm just trying to keep it down below my mic level too, so you can actually hear me talking. Let me know how that is. Okay, so bot is importing OBS, but OBS is importing bot. Perfect. And we can change up the genre too. So we got to figure out how we can make one of these not require the other. And that's going to be difficult because OBS wants to register itself with the bot. But now the bot wants to be aware of OBS. The most famous 8-bit song. So here's what I'm thinking. I think that maybe the bot itself should have a status, and we're just going to track it. So let's create a type here. And we're going to say streaming. And then we could also track, say, scene. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we could have a global status here. Oh, this is your Rust thing. Okay, so var status. We're gonna have an internal status. You know what? We're just gonna make it global now. We need a better name for it. So this is sort of the idea that I'm thinking. So inside of OBS, I think we can actually, I think we can listen for events on this socket. So let's pull up the code for this. Well, let's implement this first. So on here, we're going to have the status. We're going to keep track of the scene. And so what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to listen on the WebSocket from OBS for events coming across. And then we're going to update our bot status. But we want this exported, so that type can be an internal type. All right, so let's go look up that code for OBS here. All right, so here's our event handler. I think that's what we needed to do for a given type. Let's go pull up the code for that. Because I think they had an example. Receive streaming status request. Add event handler. There we go. So this is for switching scenes. So I guess this would help with our init. So we're gonna have to go back to that. Okay, so we're kind of like in the middle of a couple of issues here. So one is we have this sort of cyclic dependency issue here. And we don't want to do that. So what we want to do here is we're not even going to bother with all of that. So here we're going to look at status.streaming. Okay, so now we're going to look at our global state here and determine whether or not we're streaming. But now we need something updating that status. And so we need to call an init function. And we started this earlier, like when I first started the stream, so I think it's time we implement it. So basically what we want to do is inside of here. Oh. Wait, what client is that? Oh, that's for the Twitch stuff. So what we need to do is, oh, in main. Where are you? Main. Blind. Oh, all the way at the bottom. Okay, so here we load the config. Oh, we're already doing init. So this is going to call the bot's init function. And so when the bot inits, what we want it to do is actually iterate over all of the modules that are registered. Oh, we only have registered actions. We skipped them. So when we registered the module, we did this. So we need to actually track that too. So modules is a map. Right now, I guess we just need a slice of module. Oh, that's your Rust stuff. Okay. All right. So we need a slice of modules. We really need a... where's our init function? Oh, we can't. What are you talking? We're like multitasking Go and Rust at the same time. Wait, where's... Oh, yeah. We don't need this. We'll initialize it in place. So where's our register modules? And register action checks. Yeah, so we basically just need the same thing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna check if our modules is nil. We need to make a new slice of module. We know we need to... No. Alright. So that's there. And then we're going to modules equals append modules. Alright, so now we have our list of modules. Now we can go back here. Now we can iterate over this. Alright, and now we're going to call m.init. And for now, we're just going to pass it nil. Do pass in any config info from config.json. Later, we're going to pass them their own configurations. Okay, so this should call init now for everybody. So that should give every module an opportunity to do something. Good night, Stupak. I probably won't be on too much longer either. You know, maybe another half an hour, and then I'll probably crash. I'm gonna get up early tomorrow and renovate my office. It'd be nice to see this working though. That like, oh, this is gonna be quick. That little offline thing turned into actually a bit more work than I expected. So, well, it was work that needed to be done regardless. It just kind of forced our hand. All right, so OBS. We registered ourselves, and did we give ourselves an init? We did not. So how do we define a module init func? I don't like that. Let's alias that module config. Just in case we decide to change it later. So for now, that's what we got. What works for now? Okay, what do we got? So now we have our module config, module init. Oh, we need to go into OBS. And now we have our init function. So init takes a module, no, func, and it takes a module config, a bot module config. Returns back an error. Are we doing error handling in here? We're going to return back that error. Oh, nice. You've got it all rendering now. Let's look at line 22. What am I missing? I haven't spent much time listening to this pretzel rock stuff. I'm hoping to find some stuff I like. Huh, this sounds all 8-bit. I like it. Okay, so this is our init function. And I guess our init function, we'll worry about the config and stuff later. To do connect and get host port from config and connect here. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to go back and find this logic here for this add event handler. Oh, we need our client though for that. So we do need to connect here. Where's connect being called currently? Where is connect being? I bet you it's being called in run.go. Yeah. All right. Alright, this is not really what we want, but it's what we got to work with. So we need this. And in run.go, we need to remove all of that noise. And we're going to move that into our init. So now we're going to load our config, do this. It's grabbing it from places it shouldn't. Undeclared OBS. Oh, we don't need to do that because now we have connect here. And it is client add event handler. Okay, so now our init function runs. We're not pulling in our config from the module config yet, but we'll get there. But we're starting to push stuff up into their own layers, which I like. I like that a lot. So now we switch scenes and we're going to get this new scene message. But what I want to do is I want to call back over to the bot and set the status dot scene equal to this whole craziness here. So now every time the scene changes, we should update our status. And now let's also look, because the one we were really interested in was the status, or add event handler. So yeah, we need to look at our event types. Where's a list of event type? I want to know what our possible event types are. Types. That's OBS stats. That could be useful. Scene sources, scene item. Nope, that's not it. Events. Do you list our event types? Well, this is not useful. Oh, here we go. Scenes changed. Transition begin. Stream starting, stream started. Stream stopped. So I'm guessing let's do that. We're going to use stream status. I'm assuming that that's going to come every time. Every time we get a transition. So let's test that out. First, let's... So we want, what was it called? Stream status. Stream status. And then this should be a stream status, stream status event. Ooh. Oh, okay, so this is reporting everything. Frames per second. Oh, we could put all kinds of stuff on the screen. Recording. Streaming. Boom. But we could get like a whole... We could get a whole status object going on. And we could display it all on screen or react to it. Okay, so now, in theory... Now we have this whole thing going on here. Oh, streaming. Oh, but we also do need to do one thing that I did not consider. So this is going to handle if the status changes after the fact. But we are going to want to do an initial hit to figure out what our current status is. And our current scene. We might need to clean this up a little bit, but... Okay, so we get a new stream status request. So bot.status.streaming. Okay, so now when we first connect, we're going to check. Now what we should do is we also should set our current. We should set our current scene too. How do we get that? Scene, not delete. Let's duplicate. It should be get current scene request. There we go. I thought I already did that. Get current. No, I guess not. Well, it's gonna look something a lot like this. So let's just borrow this code. Comments. So we set the current status on the bot. I kind of like the idea of stealing this whole thing though, because it'd be kind of cool to track all of this at the bot level, because this stream status actually has a lot of information. But we're gonna go with this for now. So this is a current scene request. Is that what it's called? New get current scene request. So that's right. Scene request. Edit to compile success is getting faster. You starting to learn Rust? Yeah, the Rust compiler is actually ridiculously useful. Scene. Is that right? Is that it? Yeah, there's all that like 2-string, 2str, and I always feel like I'm using the wrong one. I keep forgetting you all keep doing the alert thing and changing all the colors here to be all this. There we go. Okay, so now when our bot connects, we should have get our current status. So let's spit that out. When we init, let's just print that out just so we see that it happens. So we want our bot.status.scene and our bot.status.streaming. All right, so with any luck, this will work. Ooh. Nil pointer on 128. Oh. So we need to check if we need to check to make sure that that is not equal to nil first, because you're not required to supply an init function. All right. Wait, what is this streaming true? Oh, because those status events are coming in really fast. So desktop true. So this is our initial one. All right, perfect. So those events actually come in pretty quick, but I still like the idea of seeding it with our own value. So perfect. So now we have that logic there where we got rid of our dependency loop, and now these things are kind of separated, and we got kind of this clean abstraction for being able to do have modules be able to kind of initialize themselves, which means we could do the same thing with the hue logic too really quick. Let's go into main.go and oh no, was it run? Okay, so in theory, we could also have the HTTP library also do its own initialization. That needs to come from the config for sure. But yeah, we could make the HTTP library register itself if we wanted. Where is our... Oh, our hue light stuff is just initializing itself. That's right. What I ended up doing there was slightly different. There's like this get bridge method. And then I made everything call it. So here's what we can do. We can copy this same logic here now because we have our own means of initializing. So we're going to do that. So here's where we're going to initialize, and we're going to set bridge equal to get bridge. We return back an error. Alright, and then we're going to return back whatever that is. Okay. Now here... what I want to do is actually remove all of this. You're going to be ready to test the lights? Because we're going to break some stuff. I want to find all the occurrences of get bridge, and I want to remove them. I have no idea what you just said. That's craziness. What'd you call me? Alright. Okay. Alright, so that should be our only occurrence of get bridge now. Perfect. And I guess, I mean, that works too, but wait. Yeah, I can try. Smashing the keyboard sometimes works fine. Alright, so we just refactored the crap out of this. We'll see whether it works. So now we're getting the bridge once here. And we should still, same thing, we need to get, we want to configure this not from environment variables, but let's add a to-do. To-do get hue bridge host and user from config, not environment variables. That's still left over from before. Alright, so in theory now, our init function will do that. So let's... Ooh. Hue line 30. What do we got going on line 30? Always forgetting those trailing commas. Alright, hit me with an alert, Rocker Boo. Let's see it. Oh wait, I don't have the thing in there where I can do it. Sweet, we're still working. Is our hue not working? Alright, let's figure out what's going on with... Oh, command Hue not found. Did we not re-implement it? Oh, okay. We didn't configure it. So we're gonna steal alert. Because Hue and alert are basically the same thing. The only difference is... Wait, what just... Alright, so there's alert. So this is Hue. We don't really need this name attribute, it's filled in. Alright, so that one's offline. We don't need this alert. Wait. Oh, wait a second. So we actually had this and we didn't even realize it. We got a rave going. Alright, so this one's Hue, room Hue. We don't know what color we're going to change it. We're going to require it. If user arg map is going to tell us that the very first parameter is going to be passed into this args as Hue. Alright, so if we save this and we restart the bot, then we should now just be able to do Hue. There we go. Oh, we're still... Oh, okay, this is just the commands. Let's see if we can break these lights. It's going to be a bit more fun. Can we see this? Let's... It's going to be a bit more fun when I reorganize the office to this weekend, because once I do that, you'll have a lot more lights in your on camera, and I'll have some more set up. I might actually even buy more because this is like super fun. So now what would be funny is now we need like this voice command, except when we do it also, we need to make it we need to make my voice deep and make it super red and blink. All right. Where do we leave off? What do we have for all of these to-dos? Right. We need the... Wait. There should be a help command.
Yeah, so we could do that. Let's actually let's implement that now.
So we need... we could actually implement another thing too. So we're going to do two things at once. So we need two things. We need a... Let's just build that one in. Let's just build that one in. We're not going to do that one in the config. We're just going to manually enter that. So on execute command, let's just look at it and see, is it the help command? All right. So if command dot command help, let's strings to lower this just because it's a special command. Is this another silly voice changed one? Let's see. Oh, I did it to myself. I deserve it. Okay, so we've got our help. So now what we want to do is we want to iterate over the list of commands. Maybe another thing we can do is if any arguments are supplied, return description. So here's what we're going to do now. We're going to find our command type. Where are you? And oops. So the description here will allow us to print out any help information. We don't have any now, but okay, so we need access to IRC though. So we need this Twitch library here. All right, so here's where we're gonna have to do more refactoring, more surgery. So inside run.go right now is where we're handling all of the Twitch logic. And we actually need it in a shared place. Okay. Oh, that's the Twitch client. I guess we can do that. So we're gonna have our own Twitch library here, and we're gonna say, I don't know, run. It's basically gonna be the same thing. Except we're gonna call it Twitch run, and then we're gonna take all of this craziness and then we're going to move that over into its own library. All right, so let's wrap this in a func. We called it run, right? I returned an error. What's this video? Oh, did we miss something? Oh, that's right. Why does that not go? Why is GoFump not doing that? Okay, so I'm not going to deny us from running it on our own channel. Oh, playing a surgeon simulator? Nice. Alright. I don't know even know whether this is going to be a build, but alright. Undefined Twitch run. Oh. That's because we need to go up here. And import Twitch. And that we don't even need in here. Package Twitch. And then we need to import that. All right. Missing return at end of function line 73. We need to return that error. Actually, we don't really care. Because this is going to block, so we're just going to return. Oh, crap. This needs to go back in run.go. Oh, right. Yeah, string is like its own thing. Right, yeah. We're building. So now the question is, do we still work? All right, so we're still working. Perfect. So now we've got that refactored out. Now we have this Twitch package. And so if we take this client here and we put it up here at the package level, and it's a pointer to a Twitch client, then we can assign to it, and now we have access to it from anything in the package. So now we should be able to add a func send priv message, I guess we'll call it. We'll change this if we need to. Okay. So client dot these are all on. Say. Let's just say it, call it say then. Channel and text. Okay. Channel. Message. Both strings. What do you return? We don't return anything. Alright. Alright, so the colors, I built a color map up here for later. So right now it's trying to detect those. So what was a good blue color? I don't even know. Hue. I don't know. Seemed like, I don't know. That's like a green. So we could add, I don't know. Green. What'd I say it was? 33,500. You find me some values there and I'll add them. You're right, that is. So let's bump it up to 40,000. I'd like to find a nice blue too. I suppose like I could, so on the app itself, let's see if I can do it. I have like a whole color wheel here. So we could take it and do something like that. And then we could probe the lights to ask it what color it is. I bet you that'd be a good way of doing it. Wait. 40,000 is blue? I don't think it was. So I guess it's a lighter blue. So oh yeah, 45,000 looks like a good blue. We're gonna roll with that then. Wait. Wait, now I'm confused. 45,000 is blue. Alright, where'd we leave off? 3,000 is like orange. Yeah, green's like 30. And orange was like 3,000. There we go. Now we're getting some colors. Now, what was I? Oh, we were doing help. That's right. So now we've abstracted all that out. Now we have the ability to do a Twitch say. And we can do that from command.go. All right, so right now. Wait, we need a strings. It's our WebSocket package. We want to join. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. So we need to create a list of commands, and that is a slice of strings, right? That's what this wants. Yes. All right. And then what we need to do is we need to range over our list of config.commands. And I always forget to type the word range. Config.commands. We're going to range over that. And then for each one, we're going to commands equals append. And its name. Okay, at the end of this all, we should have a slice of strings, which is our list of commands. And then we should be able to do a twitch.say and pass it strings.join. And we're going to give it our commands, and we're going to separate them by comma. Are you trying to relearn Vim too? I still use the Vim plugin for VS Code, but I've mostly been a normal Vim person, so there's still a little bit of oddities getting used to it, but there's enough of the commands where it's close enough. Undefined Twitch. Oh, because we are not importing our Twitch package. Undefined Twitch. Oh, it didn't save. Oh, import cycle. Uh-oh. What? right, what just happened? So let's figure this out. So command is importing Twitch. Twitch is importing bot and HTTP. Okay. Okay, so, and then bot. What are you importing? Wait. So Eric bot dev. All right. Bot imports Twitch. And Twitch imports bot? No. That's not right. Let's figure out where our issue is. So what does Twitch import that bot doesn't like? Oh, Twitch does import bot. Okay, so here's our issue. The bot package is importing Twitch, but then the Twitch package is importing bot. What's not allowed? So we need to figure out a way for... We can't make Twitch not depend on bot. It has to, because that's how it registers itself. So we need to figure out a way to get bot to not depend on Twitch. Crap. Oh. So this one's going to be tricky because the Twitch package has to depend on bot. It has to. So yeah, so I basically need to figure out a way where both packages talk to a shared package. Because right now, the Twitch package needs to import bot so that it can register itself. Well, actually, why does this need? Because it doesn't. Why does this need bot? Oh, because it needs just the user command? Oh, and it needs the execute command. Right, yeah, so I switched this over so that Twitch could be in a shared package because it needs to be used by a couple of places. It needs to be started up by the run command inside of our Cobra directory. But we also want to call it from the bot package so that we can get it to say messages. But now we have sort of this dependency. So, and there's two reasons for that. So currently this needs this user command type. And I mean, we could refactor that into its own package. But execute command. Execute command is actually the thing calling the Twitch package. Why is it calling the bot there? So bot is just sort of a package that's like all of the bot specific stuff. So that's kind of like where they register their actions and things like that. How are we going to split that up? Because execute command is the very thing that's calling this. That's calling into this module. No, so the bot is just basically the library of things that are bot specific. Like there's some actions in here that are like built in basically, but this is like how we represent the config, how we represent an action, how we represent a command in the config file, how we represent a module, how modules register themselves. So this is like all the housekeeping stuff so that all of our individual modules know how to register themselves. And for the most part, they're all very independent. Nothing needs to be done there. But. Ooh, I have an idea. Oh, we have to get rid of this, though. If we get rid of that, I know how to solve it. No, it's not really, because it's a cyclic dependency, right? Like all languages do that. You know, Java has the same issue. We can't have one package depend on another, where packages depend on each other. There has to be a one-way relationship. So here's what I'm thinking. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn Twitch into its own module, right? We're going to need it anyway. So we're going to take like this whole init function here, how we have everything else registering themselves, right? And then let's close this all up. Okay, so we're going to register our module. We're going to call it Twitch, right? And then we're going to have a say action. And then, oh, my monitor wants to shut off on me. All right, so now if we have this say action here, and we give it a channel and a message, well, yeah, I get that now. Okay, so wait a second. Oh, because bot's still calling in. But why is that not? What are you talking about? Expected. What? Am I going crazy here? That has to be an old error. All right, so let's go into command, and where execute command, we're going to remove that. All right, let's go fix this. Twitch line 25. What are you complaining about? Oh, because we didn't close that function out. So, oh, yep. You caught it. I just wasn't paying attention to chat. So, okay, so now we initialize this. Now we have a Twitch module in which we can say something. And then we need to change this, right? Because this is what it takes as a parameter. So our say action actually should take a bot action, and then yeah, we want to look through the arguments here. So we're going to copy this. We have 2 arguments we need to look for. We're just going to steal that logic. We need a channel. And we need a message. And we're going to have to be careful about this because I think we might not want... Let's add a to-do here. To-do. Do we even really want to supply a channel? I don't know. Let's be very explicit here. Message. Okay. Oh. So now we're going to pass a.args channel a.args message. Oh, too many wait, can I use say action func? What are you talking about? All right, hold on. Let's fix all this. Missing return. Because this is not doing anything. All right. Cannot use say action type func bot action as type bot action func. Why? Oh, because it doesn't return an error. Okay. And then line 36, we need a return. All right, so what we basically did was turn the Twitch package into a bot module with actions. So now we have a Twitch. We have basically an action called Twitch say that we could actually use inside of our configuration now as an available action. But now we can I feel like we could shortcut all of this. Execute command. Well, this is going to look through the available commands. So we need to find... Let's make a helper method. I don't even like the name of that, but for now, let's roll with it. Name args, and it's going to be a map string. And then we need to iterate over. Oh, I guess we need the module name here. So here's what I'm thinking. So now that we registered this, we can just execute the call ourselves, right? We can say, hey, I want to call this action directly. And we're going to cut this out real quick. We're going to say args equals a map string, and we're going to have channel be, I'm going to hard code this right now, but you get the idea. And then message is going to be that. Oh. It never gets old, does it? All right, so I'm just gonna do this. We're gonna. I want the module name because we have the module on there. So we're gonna say we want to call the Twitch say, and then we're gonna pass it our args, and then. Well, I think this is all the same stuff, though. Except we're not going by the module. I feel like this is all the same thing. So this is us looping over the actions, looking for the action with that very specific name. So oh, did the hue blue not work? We got like orange. Oh, I crashed the bot. It's not running. That's why. All right. What were we just doing? So I just need to borrow this logic. Because really, this is our execute action logic, right? We want to iterate over our list of actions, trying to find them. Oh, that looks over the commands. Wait a second. But why are we looping over the commands when we have a list of action names? Right now I'm super confused. I think this is like a relic. So this is us getting the command because that's what we type on IRC, and then that will allow us to find the, okay, so that's, we don't want to remove that because it's just a different way of going about it. When a message comes in from chat, we want to find it through the command itself. We don't know anything about the action. Here, we can go directly to the action, right? We have a map here. So I'm crazy. So we can just do, I think. So here we can if, so let's say F, registered actions. Okay, so registered actions, we're going to look for bumps, printf. Wait, is it 1 colon or 2? It's 2. All right. All right, and then we need to pass module and name if it's okay. And then we're going to return the result of that. Oh, and that takes a bot action. So we've got name R and args. That's what it needs. Which really, so we've got an action. Name. All right, so action, and then we need args, which is our args param. Okay, so now we're basically calling it the same way that user commands, IRC commands execute, which works for us too, because that means now we can introduce in our config here, we could introduce a new command. We'll just steal this for a second. And we could say it's enabled, Twitch, say, and I don't know. Let's just say project. We're going to say to the channel, message, extensible bot in go. Twitch bot. Written in Go. All right. Oops. So now we introduce this new command. This should work. And in addition to that, help should now work. Aside from what? What are you talking about? Oh. String. Okay. So now this should also give us a help command. Now the one thing it's not going to do is the second part, which is if you're asking for help on an individual command. We have to implement that. I don't think I'm going to stay around to do that though. It's super late here. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, the bot's still running. What is that? Invalid where is that even coming from? Oh, it's probably this. Mixing Go and JavaScript up. All right, so we should be able to say project. All right, that works. And then we should also be able to say help. Oh, what one's missing? Oh, okay, another thing we need to do. So in here, when we iterate over them, we also want to check if c.enabled. We don't want to list any commands that are not enabled. And what command doesn't have a name? Oh, it's these two. But I swore when I did the load config. Yeah. Alright, I want to see the key and I want to see that name first. Because I was trying to fill that in like magically. Because why should you have to type it? You already did. Okay, so project and scene don't have anything, but they should afterwards. Wait a second. No. Crap. Okay. Because this is not, it's a copy. It's a copy. So we're not actually modifying the original. So what we really need to do here is a config.commands key dot name equals key. Cannot assign a struct field. Huh? Wait. We don't need that. All right. Now we should be good. Help. What's missing at the end? It's gonna drive me nuts. We're only doing enabled ones, so there's something where its name isn't set. It's still the one. Da, 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 da. Oh, it's still the same issue. There we go. Command not found, help. Oh. That's because we need to return here. Okay. We've got now the ability to say things. We've got help. And it is like 1:30 in the morning here. So I think I'm going to call it. I'm going to have a long weekend while I renovate
This office. Monday, I won't be on
my channel. Oh, switching over to me. Good call. See, I don't even need to remember to do this stuff. I'm going to give you all the ability to produce for me. So Monday, I won't be on my channel. I've agreed to help a coworker out on the Microsoft Developer Twitch, which I'll be talking about Kubernetes and Docker and things like that. But I should be streaming Tuesday, and yeah, maybe we'll work on the browser source a bit more and do a little bit more cleanup. We've already done that, and we'll get rid of some to-dos. So thanks everybody for hanging out. I will catch you on Tuesday.